There we go. Good morning, everyone. So a big welcome to our first ever formal Botswana event. I am Gillian Lecordia. I'm the CEO of the Institute of Risk Management South Africa, for those of you who haven't met me. But I think most of us have met at events or conferences, training, or during the webinars during the year. So a huge welcome to all of you. I need to say that, excuse me, that this morning I'm so delighted to see that the majority of the people that are attending this morning are members, and I saw that many of the members that are attending from all over South Africa or Southern Africa and Botswana are on a route in terms of getting designations and working through what their career path is going to look like. So I was really delighted about that. For the couple of people that are non-members, I'm sure we can have a conversation after this in terms of how we can assist you further, but that's a conversation for another time. So I think before we begin today, I need to talk and maybe just set the scene in terms of why we're doing this event today. And as most of you know, we're doing an event with our members in Zimbabwe tomorrow. And so it really does come down to our different types of members. As the professional body for risk management in South Africa, our objective is to uplift, educate, support, network, create support, risk management support, and so on from as a professional body. And we're registered with the South African Qualification Authority. And most of you know, because I've just said that you're on your various routes for your designations, is that we do our board exams and so on. We have our training and our events and so on that support through CPD. So I think this year has given us a huge opportunity. So as much as it's been a shocker of a year for most of us, there have been amazing opportunities that have come through COVID-19, particularly for IRMSA. And the one has been in terms of being able to even pull members that are in other regions closer through the digital world. Normally we would have our roadshows and what we would do with roadshows and travel is really look in terms of where the majority of our members are situated. And so naturally in Gauteng, that's where the largest percentage of our members are. And then from there it's Cape Town, KZN, and starting to grow in Eastern Cape and Limpopo, and it's spreading beautifully. But obviously we've got members that are situated in Botswana. We've got a lot of members in Zimbabwe and Namibia, and then elsewhere in Africa, and funnily enough, all over the world as well. And so our intention is to be able to support those members, knowing very well is that there may not be a support body in certain countries. And so we really want to support risk professionals wherever they are. Obviously, we working within our South African landscape, but wherever we can support and grow members and risk professionals, we will do so. And then it's not just about the members that are outside of the country. We've got members in South Africa who are doing work in other African countries. And so that is where the whole concept of how do we support our neighboring countries at the moment, a little bit more efficiently, give that support, make sure that we are uplifting further than our own borders. And so it was really for those 2 points in terms of the growing membership outside of our borders. And then, of course, our members in South Africa and our corporate members who are doing work outside of South Africa. And of course, this world, as we know, the world is just getting smaller and smaller in terms of being able to use the virtual platforms and communication. Ideally, what we would like is next year, should we be able to travel comfortably, but comfort in mind, we would like to be able to come to Botswana next year and to be able to actually have a coffee and network with you, because we know that that's how risk professionals really operate really well, is in terms of having that networking, benchmarking, and the communication being so strong. So we're looking forward to that. But and it's something I'll talk about later on, is that it's something to consider for next year is creating a committee or a working group up in Botswana made up of IRMSA members that will also be able to support and work with the Institute. Obviously, we're a not-for-profit, and so our resources are always pretty limited. And in terms of being able to have huge groups of our team being able to get to the various regions and so on, this is where we rely on members in a region, and that's where it really, really works. I mean, for example, this morning, coming in from Portugal, but normally the Western Cape, we've got Antonella Dacuna. She is the chairperson of our Western Cape committee, with our vice chair, who's also, I saw, Vanessa, welcome as well. Vanessa Thirlwell, she's the vice chairperson of the Western Cape committee. So they are, and Antonella is normally based in Cape Town, and Vanessa's based down in the Cape as well. And we've got a beautiful committee working down in the Cape province. And they just really help support, knowing what it is that the members in the Cape need from us. I mean, we're sitting in Sandton, in Gauteng, in Johannesburg, and so we're really active as an IRMSA team, and we rely on the members in the region to really guide us and let us know, what are the challenges in their region, what do they need, what are people talking about, and that is where we really tap into our members. And that is why we've got, regional committees in various areas, and we've got a regional committee in Namibia that has been doing exactly the same for the last 3 years. And it's working really, really well because the voice of Namibia is being represented. I cannot for a moment begin to think of what our members in Namibia need in terms of the landscape. I'm not from Namibia. I spend very little time there during the year. In a normal year, I'm maybe there 2 or 3 times a year, and the team as well. So it's really about relying on our members. The slogan that we use all the time is, and it's really true of the Institute, is everything that we do is for the members, by the members. And it really is where we rely so much on the support of our members, and we work together to see how we can achieve objectives. So that's something I want you to think about for our members that are based in Botswana this morning, in terms of how do we get started to really ensure that we are supporting you up there? Do you want to participate in a committee? How shall we get that momentum going? Because today opportunities like this are wonderful. So what we have seen in terms of these opportunities is, of course, you're not limited to events that are just based in Botswana when we've got these virtual platforms, because now this new world has allowed us to be able to follow any event. I don't need to follow, go to Durban or Zimbabwe to see what's happening there. I don't need to travel to Joburg to go to a particular webinar. I can come in online. So next year in 2021, and I cannot believe we're talking about 2021 when we think that we're in December. It completely blows my mind. For me, I'm still probably at the beginning of September in my mind's eye. I feel like I've lost time, and I need more time for this year to be able to do so much more. But it is where we are. So for 2021, depending on what the COVID landscape looks like, we are looking at doing hybrid events where we'll have both. So for the people that are able to attend certain events with limited numbers and social distancing in place, we will continue to do that, but then also bring in the virtual side and film it and live stream out so you can still participate. So we're looking at even the next step, and I think with the Institute this year, we've been pretty agile in converting everything to digital. And so for next year, we're already looking at the next solution and what's going to work really best for our members all over. It's been fantastic just seeing the conversations that we've been able to have in the last few months. It's really been fantastic. And well done to the team, to the IRMSA team for doing it. I mean, the event team have been great, as with the training team, moving everything to digital. So I think, so today is a great place to start, and a huge call out to all our members that have been participating on the Africa Committee. And they've been made up of members that are based particularly in Joburg, because when we started, we were meeting in the offices in Sandton. Now the whole landscape's changed because all of our meetings have been online. And so the Africa Committee really wanted to work with us to see how we could fulfill the two needs of those two members, the members in Botswana, but then also the members in South Africa that are doing work into Botswana. And so just thank you to them. They've been phenomenal and getting us to this point that we can, move into doing webinar events and getting fantastic speakers today to speak to us about this Botswana landscape. So I'm going to leave you with that for now in terms of where we're at with IRMSA and what we're doing. And let's get into the morning. I think we've really been excited about this session. It's been a while coming during the year, and I'm just really glad that we were able to do it before we close this year. So this morning, reflections on the year of COVID-19 in the Botswana landscape. So this is going to be very interesting for us all, and a huge thank you to all the speakers this morning. We've got three speakers this morning, and we're going to have, they're each going to have about 25 minutes to speak. Roxanne is going to be driving the program, so thank you, Rox, our event manager at IRMSA. I'm going to ask you to use the chat box on the side to write questions and so on. And then we will allow questions, because it's not a huge group. What is the nice thing is that we'll be able to maybe have a couple of discussions. You know, we'll keep it quite tight. So I'm going to ask you that when we do allow questions and answers, if you can keep your question really short and just let's get to the point so that we don't waste too much time this morning. But I'd love to have some dialogue, because that's one of the things that I've been missing the most, is just having people having conversations. So we can use the chat box, and we can and you can wait for Q&A as well. This morning on social media, I think it'll be really nice to show that our members in Botswana and that our members in South Africa are really being active this morning. So if you're following on social media, the hashtag will be #LiveWithIRMSA. And to our social media team, I threw in another hashtag. I don't know if you saw, #IRMSA Botswana. So I think if we could do both. And there we go. Let's get going. So the first speaker this morning, I'm really delighted to have you, Tsaone Oraboloko, from Bank Gaborone. He's the head of risk and compliance. And you know, Tsaone, when I was reading your bio, I love that you spoke about you've got 13 years of progressive experience. I absolutely love that, is in terms of, you know, it showed me that continued growth, that, you know, you're on your journey, on your path, and it just made me smile. And I thought, oh, that's something I'm going to have to borrow in future for a bio, because I think it's really fantastic. So he oversees the management of the bank's risk universe and up in Gaborone. And good morning, Tsaone. Thank you for coming in. We're really delighted to have you here. So Tsaone, I'm going to ask you to put your camera and your mic on. And see, and I do believe that all our speakers were here. There we go.
Okay, thank you very much, Gillian, and good morning to everybody in the meeting today. I think it would be appropriate for me to just use some Setswana as well, our home language in Botswana, and say Dumelang to everybody that's joined in this session today. Very good to meet up with everybody. I think it's always a good opportunity for us here as well to get an indication of what everybody else is doing. Sometimes you can be lost and left to your own devices, so it's always a good thing to get a view of what everybody else is doing elsewhere. I'm just going to share my screen and just dive into it already. So the topic under discussion this morning is reflections on COVID-19 in Botswana. The title, of course, is The New Normal. I've just twisted it a bit there. It's the new normal. I've also said stroke there, the next normal. And just to give you an indication of what we will be looking at, we'll just spend a bit of time to give you an indication of what the COVID-19 Botswana story is, or what Botswana's experience has been with regards to COVID-19. Once we've done that, I'll just spend a bit of time to talk about what COVID-19 has taught us so far. We'll then go on to take a quick look at Botswana's current economic environment, just to give you an insight of where we were before the onslaught of COVID-19 and where we are now. Finally, we'll then take a look at what this new normal is. What does this new normal look like? And we'll spend a bit more detail around that. Of course, we understand the time limitation of 25 minutes. We only have 14 slides. I'm confident we will not go beyond that. Now, in terms of the COVID-19 Botswana story, just to indicate where Botswana has come with COVID-19. The first few cases were reported sometime in April. I can confirm that up to today, Botswana has had 9,900 cases. Out of those 9,900, 8,531 cases are among locals and residents. That's basically people that live here full time or are resident here. As at the end of Monday this week, there is 808 active cases. Our recoveries are sitting at 7,692. And then we've lost 31 lives to COVID-19 in Botswana. Of course, it's not a big number compared to everybody else in the region and across the world, but one life lost is too many lives lost. In terms of what the country did to manage COVID-19, a number of lockdowns were instituted. The country put in place a containment strategy where the intention was to test and isolate and contact trace. We still have restrictions around gatherings, whether you're looking at gatherings at a church or whether you're looking at gatherings at a wedding or in public places or in restaurants. Some sectors of the economy are still closed. If you look at your nightlife, nightclubs and all of that, those remain closed in Botswana. In terms of what we have learned out of COVID-19 thus far, I've put up 4 lessons there. Some are lessons that have been learned internationally, as well as give you an indication of lessons that we have learned as a bank, as Bank Gaborone. So number one, you need to be agile to keep business going during these uncertain times. I was just reading up a few weeks ago about Lindt, the chocolate maker. I understand they were looking to set up an online store in the year 2021, that's next year. But with COVID-19, and this is in the UK, with COVID-19 and not being able to operate physical stores, they were able to quickly open up a store or an online store within a 5-day period. So they were agile in that they were able to do that. Just a story to share with regards to the bank I work for, that's Bank Gaborone. We were able to roll out or expedite the rollout of our banking app, a process that we had intended would take a few months to do was actually speed up, and we were able to bring it up within a few weeks, all thanks to COVID-19. Another lesson we have learned is around business continuity plans. I think COVID-19 has got us testing our plans, sometimes not because we want to, sometimes because you had to. Our experience has been, we've had instances where a whole branch with around 10 people working in the branch had to be closed down because of COVID-19. The response there, of course, was you need to put together a team to carry on operating the branch. Number 3, digital is an imperative for survival, and this will be going forward. I think for the first time in Botswana, we saw some retailers starting to deliver groceries and alcohol and whatever to the home, while they previously didn't do that. Finally, work from home is a reality that we need to get used to. I suspect it's here to stay, and we will do ourselves a favor to accept that and carry on with it. Botswana's economic environment, what are we looking at the moment? Inflation, 2.2%. GDP, you are looking at about 36 billion, down from 49 in March. In terms of expenditure, March we were looking at about 53 billion, we are down to 45. Our total exports as well during the period. In March, before the onslaught of COVID-19, 15 billion exports. At the end of September, only 5.3 billion, gives you an indication of the onslaught we've had. And then in terms of total imports, you're looking at about 21 billion in or imports in March, down to 15 at the end of September. Government revenues as well are down by about 2 billion during this period. Of course, you'll be cautious when you look at, say, the unemployment rate. The numbers are normally quite slow to come by. You'll also be a little cautious when you look at the exchange rates between the major trading currencies. That's the South African rand as well as the USD. But there was obviously quite significant movement over the two periods there. Interestingly, on the bank rate, down from 4.75% to 4.25%, and it's predicted that it may just get worse. In terms of the sector that I work in, banking, loans and advances, 61 billion at the end of March. It hasn't moved much at the end of September, still 61. Customer deposits, not a major change, but a slight drop. And interestingly, there has been an increase in liquid assets there by about 2 billion during this period. Our repo rate at 3.75%, the prime lending rate at 5.25%. It's an all-time low for Botswana. Just to confirm, my sources there are the Bank of Botswana as well as Statistics Botswana. I put up these statistics just to give you a feel or a flavor of what or the environment we are operating in, and we will see how this information all comes together as we proceed. The topic before us this morning is the new normal. So I sat and I thought, and I also consulted those around me and asked about what this new normal is. What does it look like? How will I know it when I see it? Nobody could tell me what the new normal will look like, and hopefully somebody in the meeting will be able to tell me. But everybody that I talked to and all the material that I read talked about certain characteristics or traits or events that you will see attributable to this new normal. I could go on and on about what it will look like, but I've chosen this morning to focus on just 5 traits or characteristics of this new normal. I've just said the sluggish economic growth, constrained market liquidity, as well as an increased cost of funding, a deterioration in credit quality and credit availability, an increase in operational incidents or losses, including fraud, and finally, a dispersed workforce. I mention a dispersed workforce because I do not want to seem like the typical risk manager who looks at just the numbers and doesn't look at the human face of risk. In terms of its sluggish economic growth, we have to admit that COVID-19 has brought about a challenge. If you look at the IMF's forecast of GDP, they are predicting 5.4%, a shrink or a reduction. If you look at our local Ministry of Finance and Economic Development, they are predicting a 13.1% decline in GDP. If you go on to take a look at what the UN is predicting, they are predicting an even bleaker picture. You will know that Botswana is reliant on diamonds or on mining. Diamonds remain our biggest revenue earner. Mining is 33.6% down. Hotels and restaurants, it's not a shock to anybody really, because economic activity was down. Hotels and restaurants were closed for extended periods, down 32.2%. Manufacturing as well, 10% down. Services, 4.8% down. And transport, 4.1% down. All of these, the IMF, the UN, the Ministry of Finance, are only predicting growth in Q2 of 2021. And Q2 of 2021, you are possibly looking at late in the next year. So it is going to be a rough time or a rough ride for businesses as well as individuals. Of course, I would be irresponsible to give you a picture to say COVID-19 has brought this and not give you a solution regarding how you could potentially address that. Look, the government of Botswana has put in place a number of measures intended to stimulate the economy. They call it an economic recovery and transformation plan. The government predicts certain areas where the growth will come from. If you take a look at such areas such as infrastructure, if you take a look at areas such as farming or agriculture, that's where the government predicts growth will come from. So it would be prudent for any business, really, whether it's a major retailer, whether it is a bank, whether it is a transport company, regardless of the size, to understand where the government says growth will come from and where government says it will be sending its revenues to. That will better prepare you to deal with or to come out of this COVID-19 slump alive. We've also seen introduction of schemes such as the Beki Loan Guarantee Scheme. Of course, the banks have a certain view about it, but certainly that's something customers should be looking at. And then recently revised CEDA guidelines as well. The government just trying there to provide alternative funding sources for businesses, regardless of the size of the business. That's certainly something you'd want to take a look at. And finally, COVID-19 has taught us that you need to review your participation in troubled sectors of the economy. In any material or most materials that you read today, the advice or the view is that while we are dealing with a crisis, COVID-19, it's a health crisis, but there is a view that it is more than just a health crisis, it is a leadership crisis. Leadership, whether it's your leaders within organizations, your department heads and all of that, we will need to show some level of leadership here. You will need to reconsider your participation in certain sectors of the economy. If you are a bank or you are a financier and you are highly exposed or concentrated in tourism, you may need to consider this. You may need to consider it in terms of, do I continue to advance funding to that sector of the economy? Do I continue to expect my non-interest income to come out of that sector of the economy? And that's at a large scale. But even the small business will need to take a look. If I'm a retailer and I supply food, and I've been reliant on supplying tourism operators with bread and jam and rice and mealie meal on a weekly basis and meat and so on and so forth, you will seriously need to reconsider whether that will sustain you going forward and whether you will be able to keep your business going. So number one there, what does the new normal look like? I think the new normal is a time of sluggish economic growth. The numbers are on the wall and it's upon us to decide how we will react to it. Number two, in terms of the new normal, I've thought about deterioration in credit quality on the one side, as well as deterioration in credit availability. I think financial institutions such as the one I work for, we are most interested and concerned about credit quality. That's the area that concerns us. COVID-19 has caused material cash flow pressures for some entities. I mean, if you take a look at the Botswana landscape today, your real estate operators are in trouble. They are complaining. The big mall operators are saying that tenants are not paying rent because they are not selling. The small landlord with a couple of flats or tenants at home says, look, my tenants are not willing to pay. They are in trouble. So that's the reality in terms of cash flow pressures. In sectors such as banking, we've seen deferments where customers are saying, look, I'm not able to service this loan. I will therefore require you to defer my loan repayments until a time that I'm able to repay. The unfortunate reality is that some of these deferments will roll over to non-performing loans. Some of these customers who've asked for deferments will not be able to bounce back post COVID-19, particularly because initially when the first wave of COVID-19 came about, we thought this would go on till September. The timelines have since changed. Other people were predicting December, a bounce back in the economy. Everybody is now predicting possibly late 2021. That's when we will start seeing things going back to normal. So your customers that had sought deferment early in the year may not bounce back because their cash flow positions have not gone back to where they were before COVID-19. That's the one side of it. That's the side of the financial institution. There's the other side of somebody seeking financing. This is a business looking to grow, looking to get out of COVID-19 alive, looking to maybe diversify out of their sector or the sector they are operating in and looking to grow in other areas. They will be looking for funding. So you are sitting in a position where one that has the ability to give you funding is cautious about where they are going. And on the other side, you are sitting with somebody looking for funding. The funders, where the funders are obviously willing to fund, there will be a risk premium to be paid for the funding. I think for the number of years that I've been in risk as well as accounting, I don't think I've seen as many people say to me, the bank has rejected my loan application. And this goes from your businesses to your individuals. A close friend of mine says to me, the bank rejected their loan application simply because they work as a project manager for a large group of hotels. The bank was not willing to advance an amount of 300,000 pula to them for that reason. So the funders are cautious. Credit availability is at an all-time low. The funders, the businesses or individuals on the other side are looking for funding. Now, what should we do or how should we respond? Like any good credit or risk person, I need to highlight the problem and come up with possible solutions regarding how you should address it. Unfortunately, I'll not give you timelines. I know you risk people like timelines as well, but I'll not give that. How should you respond? Number one, as a financial institution, you need to stay close to your customers. You will need to know what's going on with their businesses. When I look at the deferments that I've spoken to, banks put in place measures or conditions to say, these are the conditions that you need to meet for me to defer your loan. For example, you need to have been a performing loan. You need to have been up to date with all your payments. You need to demonstrate that COVID-19 has impacted you. If you are not close to your customers, you are not in a position to make that distinction. Remember that there's also other customers that are looking to take us for a ride, you know. Okay, banks are offering deferments. Let me take advantage of this. So you need to stay close to your customers, understand them well, understand their circumstances well, and assist them in that regard. And then stress testing your book to better predict the future and formulate action plans from the tests. One of the biggest challenges we face as risk practitioners or professionals is we sit with business, we do stress testing and scenario testing. We then say the impact on profit will be this, the impact on capital will be this. A lot of the times the results are not palatable to either our executive managers or our leaders in business. So it's a problem that we deal with, but we need to persist, do your stress testing, do your scenarios testing, just to make sure you are able to predict the impact of certain events if they were to occur. I mean, if you're looking at stress testing your credit book, you've got the opportunity to say all those loans that are deferred, if they don't repay, what would the impact be on profitability as well as on capital? What will it be on our cash flows or our liquidity, and so on and so forth. So we need to look at that stress testing. And then in terms of those that are looking or seeking for credit, you also need to look at stress testing. Unfortunately, my experience has been, especially with the Botswana scenario, stress testing is quite common within your financial institutions and maybe your miners, your mine operators, and generally not common among the rest of the economy or the business industry. Something that we could possibly look at as an association to say, how do we get other sectors or areas of the economy to see this as a useful tool. It was quite sad to see some businesses, businesses that were doing well, fold or close up within a month of COVID-19 lockdowns. You asked the question, how? Yes, you didn't expect the business to have predicted COVID-19. We could have a discussion on that. But you then ask the business owner, how could you not have either your liquidity buffers, or how could you not come up with your own scenarios to say, in the event I'm not able to operate for a week, where the cash flow is going to come from? In the event I'm not going to, my debtors are not going to pay me for 3 months, where are my cash flows or liquidity going to come from? So that's a possible or another scenario that you could look at as a business looking for funding. Of course, we've also talked about the Becky loan guarantee scheme, as well as the CEDA guidelines there, just to help or to assist you. Just to quickly touch on or move on regarding an increase in operational incidents. Your people in operational risk, I hope you will find this useful. COVID-19 regulations there's been a lot of change brought in by COVID-19. Take, for example, social distancing had to be introduced. I mean, if you walk into a bank branch today in Botswana, there will be markers to say, customer number 1, you queue here. Customer number 2, you queue a meter or 1.5 meters away. Customer number 3, that far away. Limitations as well regarding how many customers you could have in your building or your branch at a particular point in time. So there has been that impact in terms of our operations on the ground. In response to these regulations or requirements, organizations decongested. Organizations also introduced work from home arrangements. The decongestion, of course, resulted in only critical staff working from your offices. Others have had to be moved to work from home. Others have had to move to work from business continuity sites. I know the South African environment is that working from home is something that's common, or that was common already. It wasn't as common for Botswana. I think Thabo, when he comes in to speak later, he may just share some of his experiences with Botswana in general regarding work from home. So we've had to decongest. We've had to work with a limited number of staff members in our operations. Now, a big complaint, and this is not foreign to us, particularly in banking, we've had a lot of our staff members complaining about fatigue. They say they are fatigued, they are working long hours or overworked, so that's a concern for them. There are other realities that staff themselves have faced social pressures of their own, e.g. anxiety about getting COVID. Parents have needed to make alternative schooling arrangements for their kids. In other areas, employees have had to take pay cuts. Some have been laid off. There is general anxiety around that, and one more slide and we'll be done. When you look at your own environment, fatigue will of course lead to errors and losses. When we bring it to banking, you know, your teller shortages. When you look at retailers as well, your shortages, you're supposed to be giving back change of 20 pula, you give back 50 pula. General anxiety among staff. Some are worried about being away from the office, out of sight, out of mind. Others have not gone on leave all year. It contributes to that fatigue. Another concern will obviously be around fraud. You know, we've said people are on pay cuts. There could be pressure on them to look at fraud as an alternative. What do I think you should do? Consider counseling services for your staff. If you aren't doing that already, perform regular spot checks just to reiterate controls and detect fraud. And that simple go on leave control, I suspect, or I suggest, could also make a difference. We also obviously need to be cautious of our customers themselves. They are under pressure and they will exploit loopholes. Finally, a dispersed workforce. We are seeing that happening in Botswana. It's brought greater work flexibility. Unfortunately, there is overworking. Unfortunately, in our own environment here, we've received reports of backaches and other health issues. Whenever I talk to my IT risk professionals, they're also talking about unsecure home networks. They are concerned about data sharing over the internet, as well as us making business-related calls over our cell phones, and just how unsafe that is. We've seen organizations buying furniture for their staff, providing counseling services there. IT departments in other areas, I'm told they are monitoring transfer of data out of machines. And my last slide was just on an increased cost of funding and squeezed profit margins. However, I think we've covered that when we looked at the economic environment that we are operating in, so I will not spend time on that. Just in closing, what do I think the new normal will look like? I think it will be characterized by sluggish economic growth, constrained market liquidity, a deterioration in credit quality, an increase in operational incidents and losses, and finally a dispersed workforce. And that there was my presentation. And thank you very much, Gillian.
Thank you very, very much. I think, you know, you've really touched on so many areas that we're all concerned about. I think one thing we're all concerned about early on in your presentation, where you spoke about the chocolate store, and luckily they went online and showed that agility to help those. I don't know if anyone else set up, but I think most particularly the new normal. What is this new normal? And I think the biggest concern right now is that people have to understand that this new normal is not the landscape that we find ourselves in. It's going to ever change very quickly, as we've seen throughout the years. So, you know, preparing for next year, just even as the CEO for IRMSA, preparing for next year is something else, you know, in terms of having to build those scenarios of what 2021 will look like. And I think this is where really the risk professionals come in, as you've said, and where leadership is so crucial. But I think we've got quite a few comments and so on from your presentation, so well done. But what I'm going to ask is that we are able to keep all Q&A to the end, and then we can have a good conversation with all three speakers. So thank you very much there, Sonia. Just really fantastic to hear, and to hear what's happening in Botswana. And I've actually got questions from myself in terms of the landscape and so on, and how people are reacting. I agree in terms of fatigue. I think we're all feeling it. There's a lot of stress that this year has brought for all of us. But with that, I'm going to hand over now to Thabo Oki. And so Thabo is the head of operational risk at Stanbic Bank in Botswana, and has extensive experience in operational risk, BCM, stress testing, and scenario analysis. So I'm really interested to hear, Thabo, in terms of what your thoughts are for this landscape 2021, this new normal that won't be new for very long. What Thabo does, he implements within a team a BCM framework across the Africa regions, particularly in Ghana, Uganda, Nigeria, Lesotho, Swaziland, and Mozambique. And you know, Thabo put in his bio a couple of quotes that he seems to really appreciate and live by. And, you know, and I think the one that, Thabo, that you spoke about, you said, if you're going through hell, keep going. And that's a quote by Winston Churchill. And I think we all have to admit that this year has been pretty much that. You know, it's been tough, but we have to keep going. So Thabo, I'm going to hand over to you. Rox, if I can ask you just to assist Thabo. Thabo, good morning. So Thabo, we just need to get your camera and your and unmute, and then we can get going.
Oh, no. Good morning. I think there should be something wrong with my network. My camera was giving me this problem earlier, and it looks like you know, this is still continuing. I sincerely apologize for that. I don't know what could be the problem.
Don't worry, Thabo. We can hear you beautifully, and I guess that's what counts. So Thabo, I'm going to hand it over to you. Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine. We can hear you perfectly well. So maybe let's, maybe just share your thoughts with us, and don't worry about your screen. Oh, well, there we go. We can see your presentation. Yeah. So wonderful. That's perfect. So Thabo, I'm going to hand over to you. So enjoy your presentation, and we'll chat afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone who's joined us today. I will also, attempt to share my views around the reflections of COVID-19 in Botswana, and what I think post-COVID-19 organizations will look like in 2021. As a way of background, COVID-19 became topical here around Feb 2020, and I'm saying topical here, meaning it was, I think, around that time that people started taking note and what was happening in other countries, in Europe mainly, I think in Asia as well. It was obviously declared a pandemic by the WHO, and our government, like many other governments, needed to respond to this impending threat that was coming our way. There was a presidential task force that was set up in country, and there were different responses that were put in place, mainly led by the presidential task force, which was basically to lead the country response to COVID-19. And I think some of the immediate responses included sealing of borders for some nationalities, mainly from Europe and Asia. There was also a state of emergency. We still currently are operating under a state of emergency in country. Banning of alcohol trade amongst and emergency powers regulations addressing meetings, funerals, and social distancing. Around March, we started, reporting positive cases in Botswana, and towards the end of March, all travelers coming into the country were quarantined for 14 days, and obviously there was, subsequently a national lockdown. So all these things were, I think, things that none of us could have, known about. These were completely new. I remember even on the day before the national lockdown, there was, a lot of anxiety amongst a lot of people. An organization that I work for, being a bank, obviously is considered an essential service. So we were allowed to have some people, operate and work, and there were a lot of people who wanted to work. I think the general feeling back then was I can't be home for a period of over a month. I would suffocate. I need a bit of space. I need to see other people, especially amongst colleagues who perhaps live alone. They were of the view that this was something that they could not live with. So that was I think in general the background and the impact on business. Like I indicated earlier, only essential services were allowed to operate, and we a lot of when the national lockdown was imposed, a lot of businesses were required to close. And when you close business, obviously you are closing some people's livelihoods. You are asking people to discontinue, earning a living. Some, it is their businesses, and others it is their workplaces. So effectively, you are asking them, you are making them to not earn a living. A lot of organizations, had to implement working from home capability for their employees. Some businesses obviously ceased to operate, and some were forced to accelerate their digital transformation. There was loss of services from suppliers, and virtual environment became, very common. Meetings, especially for those who are working from home, meetings with colleagues, anywhere else, were done virtually. And obviously there was loss of business and revenues in a lot of instances, even for those that were operational, because this was a completely different environment. Clients were not as many as they were supposed to be, because there was restriction in movement, and there were not a lot of people who would be working in and out of your businesses as perhaps they would have been expected. So there was a huge impact on business. Some businesses to this day have unfortunately winded up. They do not exist anymore, and it all started, it was all caused by COVID. When COVID started, they were operational, but when things went through with COVID, the impact was a little bit too much for them, and they unfortunately ended up closing for good. Response. So COVID, in my view, was a business disruption, and the general view around business disruption is organizations are or would be required to respond to that disruption, and then to recover, and ultimately to they will have to resume their operations based on how things would have turned out to be. So with responding, you are basically dealing with the situation that would have arisen, managing your continuity, and then with recovery, you are driving some learnings from what is going on, and emerging stronger, so that you are able to continue operating. And then obviously with resuming your operations, this talks to preparations for shaping up for the new normal. So this COVID also, in my view, was a disruption. It may have come as a different disruption from the ones that we are mostly used to. I think even the most of the organizations that had robust business continuity management programs in place, they had not prepared for something as extensive or something of the magnitude of what COVID presented to us. Most of the events that businesses would plan for would be people cost events or emergency and things like that. So and I think even the disruption periods would have been thought of in a very minimal way. And it would also be considered to be an isolated case. So meaning if there was a disruption, it could be for my organization only, and it would not necessarily, as an example, impact Tsaune's organization. So we would plan for it in isolation, and think that it may be us who may be impacted or who may experience a disruption. So we'll have to come up with ways in which we could emerge from this disruption. So that was the general planning around business disruptions. But COVID obviously covered everyone, and even your suppliers. It would impact you, and it would impact your suppliers, or even so if your supplier was not ready, it would obviously or that would obviously have a trickle down effect for you as well, because you put some sort of reliance on your supplier for you to be able to do business. So if your supplier is not ready, that obviously would mean that you also are impacted. So COVID was a different type of disruption that a lot of organizations were not ready for. So how did this unfold? In terms of the how the business, a lot of businesses responded. As soon as this happened, there was general awareness around employees, their families, your suppliers, your contractors. Preventative measures were implemented. We saw sanitizers being used even in workplaces, deep cleansing of surfaces, because of how this virus was how it moved from one person to the other. Some organizations, banned travel ban even before borders were closed. They imposed that ban amongst their employees, amongst their teams, that we will not allow, especially international travel, because remember there was a time when this was not as, or Africa or African countries were not as hugely impacted like other countries in other regions, like Europe as an example. So there was that business travel ban for employees, and even things like face-to-face meetings and other gatherings within organizations were also banned. And in terms of recovering, the general response was the working from home capability. A lot of organizations, worked around that. I think even for the organizations that I work for, as early as mid-March, we started, sending other colleagues home. Of course, we had not planned for this. So I think then it was around those who would have, internet connectivity at their homes, and they would be, asked to go and operate from their homes, because we just wanted to decongest the workplace and have as few people as possible in the workplace. Meetings obviously changed. The normal meetings that we are used to, virtual meetings. Some organizations, even went to the extent of not allowing external people into their organizations. For instance, you would have meetings with other external people in your boardrooms, but that was stopped, and there were some specific meeting rooms identified for meeting external people. So external people would not be allowed throughout a building to as perhaps it was common before this happened. And others also split their workers. And this was all done to prevent, the spread of the virus. If you had a team working at, point A, you would split them, take others home and take others maybe to another point B, and then move the ones that were at point B, others to point A as well, such that if there is, or if any of your locations is impacted, then you would at least have another team, that can cover up for the team that is impacted, that would still be able to operate. So I think some of these, initiatives came in, when we realized that there was a problem, and when I think a lot of organizations learned that COVID was completely different, and even how it was spread amongst individuals, it required that a lot of things that perhaps were not common be implemented, as a way of trying to prevent the spread of the virus amongst employees. And then, like I indicated, after recovery, the next step would be, the resumption step, which basically is, learning to or resuming your operations in the midst of whatever the problem or the disruption was. So in this instance, we are COVID still remains a problem. We have, as different organizations, as different governments, the preventative measures have been put in place. They've been implemented. The virus still remains, a threat to humankind. But we would want to resume, businesses around the world, around countries. So how do we do that? How do organizations embrace the new normal and continue to exist in the future, despite, this COVID threat? The first point that I think would be very critical is automation and digitization. We see organizations that will strive towards nimbleness through automation and digitization. As I mentioned earlier, that when shops and malls closed during lockdown, there was a significant rise in e-commerce. A lot of, even retail entities, they had to think on their feet and think very fast, because they knew that they were going to suffer great loss of revenue, because people were not going to be moving in and out of their stores, as an example, as they used to be, before. So they needed to come up with ways in which they would still be able to do business, even with people who could be at their homes. The rise of global trends towards promotion of resilience and efficiency. In as much as organizations prior to COVID-19 focused on efficiency, my view is we'll be moving to an era where resilience and sustainability will become common trends. Organizations will invest more into business continuity management as a way of readying themselves for any disruptions that may happen in the future. Like I indicated, COVID was a different type of disruption, and we may not be aware. There could possibly be something far worse than COVID that could still happen, in the future. So organizations would want to be able to survive any kind of disruption that may happen in the future. Business continuity management would ensure that there is identification of the risk of business disruption for critical business services, and that BCM plans are developed to assist in response to a business disruption. Resilience. we may not be able to prevent some disruptions, but organizations would need to be resilient to survive anything that can come their way. Like I indicated, COVID is different, but we don't know. There could be something far worse than COVID. So when that happens, we, different organizations should be ready to deal with that. The obvious is the rise of remote working, like I indicated earlier. Work schedules and the need for physical presence of employees at the work premises, I believe, will be revised by our organization. The initial skepticism towards remote working has been demystified by COVID-19. Someone is right. Before COVID, working from home was something that was not common in this country. I think a lot of people, believed that if somebody says they were working from home, I working for Standard Bank Group in South Africa. This was obviously something that is very common. Occasionally, in a call, you would hear a dog bark, in the background of your colleague who is in South Africa. And then you will learn, no, this person is working from home. And in my mind, I'm thinking, if I were to work at home, I think I would probably spend a lot of my time watching TV because I would be just there on my own and nobody would be able to see what I'm doing. I've been home since mid-March and I don't even watch TV at all because by the time I leave my desk, I'm completely exhausted. So the views that a lot of people had around remote working have changed. So we honestly believe that this will become very common. A lot of organizations will also move towards this. Even those that do not have that capability now, they'll work around ensuring that they create that capability for their employees, because it helps. It helps even with future disruptions. If you have a disruption, if you are asked, and again, like I indicated, the story around COVID is we completely are not off the dangers yet. There is still, and some organizations may still want to take their employees out of harm's way by sending them home. And we also hear of spikes and maybe second waves and whatnot. So if that happens and perhaps there is another lockdown, what do you do? Not ready in March, you at least must be ready now. So we believe that organizations will create that ability and capability for their employees. And I think the point I mentioned there was around the issues around working from home would be organizations will need to be careful of cybersecurity and information risk issues as well. The unsecure home networks. If some people are home from March up till now, some of those patches, IT teams may have had, in place to increase, preventative measures of some cyber issues for the PCs may not have, happened for the guys who are working from home. So as such, the cyber risk would become a problem so the organizations will really need to be careful of that. Information risk, here I'm basically talking around, information leakages. If people are working from home, you obviously are not aware of, what they are doing and who are they, sharing whatever information that you have that may not necessarily, or that may be, that would obviously not be for unauthorized people. Who are they sharing that kind of information with? So awareness will have to be created, and people will also need to be made aware that some of those things are not allowed. Reliability on data. We see data becoming key in the life of organizations post-COVID-19. A lot of organizations will invest in building critical data on almost everything to support various aspects of their operations. Decision makings, business projections will rely on data essentially going forward. And technology investments, we believe that greater investments in technology and cloud resources to enable remote working capabilities, like I indicated earlier, and storage of data. There will also be a move towards cloud-based services or infrastructure as far as technology investments for business are concerned. In addition, a lot of organizations, will continue to invest in remote working technologies and other platforms that will facilitate this new way of working. There is also going to be a demand for new critical skill sets. As organizations come to terms of their services post COVID-19, my view is there's going to be a rise in the demand of new skill sets like data scientists, cyber security professionals, and even risk managers. COVID-19, like the global financial crisis, has further elevated the role of risk managers. In organizations where chief risk officers led from the front, the benefits are likely to be immediate in terms of visibility and more prominent positions at the table. We saw with COVID-19, boards and management rely on chief risk officers to chart the path to recovery and response, and we expect this to be a norm going forward. And then from a business perspective, we expect most organizations to recalibrate their operations or align with current realities in terms of operational structures, staffing, exploration of new sources of revenue, particularly those impacted adversely by the pandemic. And then I also indicated that organizations will find and monitor their risk appetite and risk profile. Risk appetite is an expression of the amount of risk an organization is generally willing to take in pursuit of its financial objectives, reflecting its capacity to sustain losses and to continue to meet its obligations as they fall due under normal and a range of stress conditions. So we see most organizations defining what type of risk they'll be willing to take, and developing metrics that they could use to monitor and establish at any point if they are operating within their risk appetite. Metrics that will be used for their risk profile reporting, as an example. So that if they breach their risk appetite tolerance level, they will then be able to draw actions that they could implement to prevent them from further damage. Organizations will lean towards establishing how far they can go in terms of risk. How much risk they can take, and this will obviously be built around the profile of that organization, so that they can be able to monitor that and know how if things really get worse for them. And then the last one would be embracing of other risk tools like stress testing. Someone talked about this earlier on. It's a tool that can work wonders for organizations. they can be able to know, or to at least get a view of how things may look like for them in during stress conditions, and this could allow them the opportunity to line up their mitigation actions that they could, or that they would employ when things really go south for them. It always helps to get a view of how things could possibly go wrong for you when things have not really gone wrong, because that would give you an opportunity to work things out before they really go horribly wrong. I can give an example here. Earlier, every year in my organization, we run stress testing, as well as scenarios for us trying to get a view of how things can be for us. Stress stress the macroeconomic environment, and try to get a view of how that would or the impact that would have on our operations and on our income statement, as an example. So I drew scenarios, and the scenario that I had in mind, or that I drew then, was there was an outbreak of a disease, animal disease. I had actually said monkeys, in the Okavango Delta, in the Maung area. This is where tourism, or this is our tourism area. And just to, this is the last thing before I close here. So that was the plan. There's an outbreak of this disease. Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to have a huge impact on our tourism business, and just try and get a view from our colleagues that if tourism industry is impacted, how would that translate to us as an organization. And the general rule around the stress testing scenarios is they must be plausible. And I think the view then was my scenario was not plausible, and we all know what happened a few months later. There was COVID, and it was far worse than the scenarios that I had brought to the table for discussions with my colleagues. So you stress as severe as possible, as long as obviously your scenarios are plausible, and then you will get a picture of how things will turn out for you if things go that bad. So in conclusion, my view is organizations should be able to quickly adapt to the different disruptions while maintaining continuous business operations and safeguarding people, assets, and brand equity. And this obviously calls or relies on prior planning. Organizations need to be ready for such disruptions, and you can only be ready if there is prior planning. You can only be able to respond well, to recover, and to resume your operations if you had thought about this when things were normal, and made specific plans for different types of disruptions that you believe you may encounter as an organization. Thank you so much, and thank you so very much for the opportunity. Thank you. Over to you, Julia.
Thank you very much, Thabo. It was such an interesting presentation, and I completely agree with one of the delegates who have just said, thank you so much for sharing the thoughts from your bank and what you went through. I think I agree with you, Thabo, is that I think what we've seen with so many organizations is that they hadn't looked at the very, very worst case scenario possible and worked with that. And I think that's been a huge lesson for many organizations. And I think going forward, and I'm sure you're talking like, what is that next pandemic now? What is, how do you plan for, and probably won't be another pandemic, although we've got one, still we're in the midst of one, but what is next year? And what could be the next big thing? And so it's really to make sure that we are testing the most severe scenarios right now. And I think it's been a lesson for so many organizations. So hoping we are able to move into 2021 with this amount. But Thabo, thank you so much. And please don't go anywhere, because I know that there will be questions around this for you. So thank you very much. I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, but it's just, I said to Rox just on WhatsApp, in terms of keeping time, is that we've just had two great presentations that I didn't want to end early or anything like that, because I think there's just so much experience from this year that is so important to share. But with that, Peter, a friend of ours at IRMSA, who does so much for us as well, Peter Links from the Marsh & McLennan companies. So we've gotten to know Peter over the last few years in terms of working on events and projects from the Marsh Group. And so you're going to be in fantastic hands. So for those of you who don't know Peter, though, Peter is the practice leader for strategic risk consulting at the Marsh McLennan companies. And he's obsessed with helping clients navigate the intersection of strategy, risk, global megatrends, and innovation. So for those of you who do know Peter, he comes with a lot of energy and really loves to network, work with people, and bring in that knowledge and share. So Peter, I'm really looking forward to this presentation and just hearing your thoughts. I know that with the Marsh McLennan companies, you do quite a bit of work within Botswana and the region. So Peter, I'm going to hand over to you, and then, ladies and gents, then what we'll do straight after Peter, then we'll go into Q&A. So if you can prepare your questions, and then we'll create an open platform for the time that we have remaining. So Peter, over to you. Are you there, Peter?
I am here. Thanks so much, Gillian. Thanks for that warm welcome. Yes, I am a friend of IRMSA and of the risk community. We do such important work, and it's always a pleasure for me to be able to share some of our leading practice from around the globe. So I will be trying to do that today. I will amend my slides a little bit, so I will skip through a few just so we can make sure that we get time for Q&A. But yes, welcome to today's discussion. It's a pleasure to be here. As Gillian said, I work for Marsh & McLennan Companies. We will be 150 years old next year. We are the world's largest insurance broker, but we also focus on risk, insurance, and consulting. We also have a people business that focuses on people, wealth, and careers. And I think that's where I'm going to be spending most of my time this morning. Given what we've already heard, I think we're going to focus a little bit on the future of work and flexible work is where I'll try and aim all my time. So just to know that we have 800 consultants globally who help with risk, help our clients solve complex risk problems. And we have a team based in Sandton of about 90 people. And we do lots of work in Botswana. We've done lots of work in the mining industry that Swane referenced. And so please reach out to our local team, for insurance advice, and you can reach out to me for some risk advice. This is what I wanted to cover today. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the COVID-19's risk outlook. I know this is useful for your risk managers who are always looking to put together risk reports for the risk committee. So I'll focus on the top 10 global risks that are worrying executives in the world. I was going to focus a little bit on the African risks. Point 3 was around understanding your stage in the pandemic cycle. This is quite critical as a country, but also as a company. Then, in terms of planning for the future, where to for the risk community, I'll spend very little time on that because I do believe that Thabo and Swane have focused on that quite well. And then I will do a little bit of spend most of my time on flexible working. So let's move. I really want to get to questions later. This slide I presented at the IRMSA Namibia webinar, I think in July of this year. And it basically said that every organization was asking urgent questions about the current pandemic and what recovery might look like. I want you to have a look at these questions and see just how true so much of it has come and still how much work is left to be done. So we had questions around how deep will this recession go? Which countries and industries will fare worse? And Swane spoke about the GDP outlook for Botswana earlier. Are the stimulus packages by government working to actually help suppliers and partners and customers? We see that in many instances, business that support wasn't sufficient, and businesses have unfortunately closed. There was a question on, will this really be the end of lockdown, or will there be a second wave? We're definitely in the second wave. The key question to ask yourself is, will there be a third wave before vaccines really are rolled out on a global scale? The next question is, when do we bring our suppliers back on stream to win in this recovery? I think that the following question is important. How will consumer behavior evolve? When will demand normalize? I go to restaurants now because restaurants are open in South Africa again, and restaurants are still less than half full. So if you're a business running a business, we're all trying to anticipate when our consumer behavior will normalize and we can actually make appropriate plans. Critically, do we need to reassess our product roadmap? So do we need different products? So it's want to use the example of Lint opening up an online store within 5 days. I mean, talk about agility, but so not only how do you go to market, but also do you need different products in this evolving world with evolving consumer demands? And then this is a nice question. Today's interventions that we make, do we need to change everything again in a month or two when maybe a vaccine is made available in Botswana, or is that only in March? How do we need to almost be in a state of constant replanning, which I know has been stressful for everyone on the call. But these questions remain valid, and I thought it would be useful just to put them up even 5 or 6 months later. So in terms of the COVID-19 Risk Outlook Report, every year Marsh publishes a report with WEF, the World Economic Forum, focusing on the global risks and also taking a deep dive into regions and into countries, and I've got some of that data. What we did in May is we reissued that report. That report comes out in January, and we reissued it as a COVID Risks Outlook Report. The report spoke about a few things: economic shifts, which we're seeing, societal anxieties, which has been spoken about by previous two speakers, growing inequality, lasting health consequences, etc. A big setback for the sustainability drive that we were all on. I think we were all focused on environmental as the next most important risk. I'm just checking my time. I set an alarm for myself. But will the green movement take a backseat now to economic recovery? And then finally, quite a lot around technological dependence. I want to leave this here for 2 seconds and just put up the top 10 risks that came out of that risk report in May. A prolonged recession of the global economy, a surge in bankruptcies, which we're seeing, cyber attacks and data fraud as a result from shifts in working patterns, which both of the banks have now spoken to, a failure of industries or sectors to properly recover. Think mining, think the hospitality industry in particular in both our countries, South Africa and Botswana. The protracted disruption of the global supply chain seems to have leveled out. Tighter restrictions on cross-border movement. Also, we're seeing things start to open. And number 7 was another global outbreak. But all of this is available in the report, which is online. What I did want to just talk to then next is in October, we re-released what we call the regional outlook, and see how even in those 5 months, the top 10 risks have changed. Number 1 now, unemployment or underemployment, right? Number 2 is the spread of infectious disease. Number 3 is fiscal crisis, and 4 is cyber attacks. This will feel very comfortable to you. It feels right if you look at this report. But interesting to see how spread of infectious disease was a number 30 risk last year, but is actually now ranked at number 2. So it was a high impact, low probability type event or risk, but that has now jumped straight up to the risk register, which makes sense. Looking at Southern Africa, you see again unemployment or underemployment, failure of national governance, failure of critical infrastructure, energy price shocks, and spread of infectious disease. This is what Botswana's risks look like from 2019 to 2020. This is the January reports. We don't have data for May or October, but you'll see that from year to year that hasn't changed much. Critically, what we need to understand is, where are you in the pandemic life cycle? Now, different BCM specialists, different risk specialists will have different stages, but we were speaking already this, and this is a picture from May, about, the immediate response to the pandemic, which was the current peak, right? We were then talking about how to move into recovery, and then critically, how do we actually how do we reinvent going forward, right? So what we did anticipate was that we would have a big peak and lots of little peaks we had a small peak up front, especially in African countries, because we went into extreme lockdown measures very quickly, which was good. I think we knew that we needed to save our population and save lives, but we're now seeing in some instances a new peak, which is bigger than the first. But to be aware that for the next 3, 6, 12, or 18 months, you'll be in a constant cycle of these phases until, again, a vaccine is made widely available to all populations across. But let me move on. So in terms of planning for the future, what we see from our clients is that many were focused on managing operations, and as Thabo said, it really was a business interruption event, COVID-19 to a large extent. How do you keep operations going? We focus quite a lot on reputational risk, because the question is, during this time of flex, are you still maintaining your same policies? Are people complying? As speakers mentioned, increase in fraud. So we need to really remain focused on reputation. And then the people focus. How do we maintain a healthy and productive workforce, which is where I will spend most of my time today. And then the financial impact, being able to use stress testing and scenario planning, as both our speakers have spoken to really be able to give a high, medium, and low view of where you might land. But let me move swiftly along, because I think we all know this. What I want to talk about is managing the changing workplace. And the complication, of course, is that COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the way we work. Work from home became instant almost overnight. Within 2 weeks, we moved sort of all of our organizations to their home. IT departments really were a godsend, and bless them all for working late nights and over weekends to get us all laptops and 3G cards and really enabled in the home. But the key question is, how should your company manage the changes in the workplace and take advantages of the benefits that working from home actually presents? We believe that flexible work is here to stay. And is your company getting ready for this being the new reality? The topic of today's conversation. Are you ready for the change? Have you put in place the policies and the procedures? Is there the trust? Is there the culture to really move to this flexible work in a more ongoing basis? So, flexible working is not just about remote working. There are quite a few dimensions that we need to consider. There are 5 of them. Let's say you adopt a flexible work policy, will you allow your staff to work from anywhere? I worked from Cape Town last week, as an example, from my hotel room. They had great Wi-Fi. That was my only request from the hotel, and I was able to work remotely. Is that allowed in terms of your current policy, or do you need to know where your employees are? Obviously, I cleared it with my manager before, but does the policy even allow you to do that? If, let's say, you're taking bank infrastructure with you, what does the policy say? When do you work? I am not good with mornings, as I have cleared with the IRMSA team this morning, and my team previously understood that 9 to 6 were my hours. Do we allow individuals to work flex hours? Obviously, understanding there needs to be core hours where most people are working, but is there flexibility in your policy around the hours that people are allowed to work? How do you work? Technology we're quite familiar with. What do you do? So do we change job content and sharing based on the flex work policy? And who do we pull in as flex staff, and who have more sort of permanent roles? We believe within Marsh & McLennan Company, and a lot of this content is from our sister company, IRMSA, who focus on people, wealth, and career consulting. And we believe that flexible working is both beneficial to the employer and employees for a number of reasons. I'll just call out some of these because we don't have too much time. In the short term, we believe that flexible working for the employer boosts productivity. And there are studies that show that working from home boosts productivity. One of my team members who's on the call actually spends 3 to 4 hours a day in traffic normally in Johannesburg. She now is getting to projects that, like, I remember calling her one day to say, like, how are you actually getting all of this work done? And she was just saying, well, I'm saving 3 to 4 hours a day, and so I'm actually able to do more. Obviously, we're saving on overheads in terms of less operating in office space. During the medium term, having flexible work policies actually makes you more of an employer of choice. And again, there are studies that say that 80% of employers, said that if you had flexible work policies, you actually attract better talent. And in the long term, there are other benefits as well, which are, and we will share the slide with you afterwards, so don't worry about all the details at the moment. But overall, a flexible work policy makes you a more attractive employer and gets you better talent. So that's a clear benefit. Of course, there are financial benefits to flexible working for the employer, a reduction in real estate, reduced payroll costs. So interestingly, many millennial fathers said that they would be prepared to take a pay cut in order to achieve more work-life balance. And that's between 38 to 48%. Obviously, in terms of the green economy, the less energy consumption because less office and an overall reduction in CO2. In terms of the employee, there are clear benefits. In the short term, you can save money in terms of fuel costs. I think is a big one for many of us in Southern Africa, because we need to drive everywhere. We can't rely on the public infrastructure so much. And you can save time. Like I said, an employee of mine saving 3 to 4 hours a day. It makes employees more engaged, and over the longer term, it allows employees to actually gain more control over their life and their well-being, and actually be more flexible in terms of life and work, and again resulting in a highly engaged workforce. So in terms of the benefits to the employee experience, there are lots of them. Increased, so companies with flex policies have better stock prices, team performance goes up, there's more innovation, the list is endless, and it's clear, and I will share this with you. But what I did want to talk about are some of the challenges, because we are risk professionals and we need to help mitigate those. Manager trust and confidence is key. And as one of the speakers was saying, you used to think that people who are working from home are not working or watching TV, but I think we've all seen that we're probably working more now than we were before. So there is a shift in trust and confidence. You do run into trouble when there's inconsistent application of the policy, and so fairness is a key thing that needs to be sort of measured. So in terms of your working hours, yes, you can have flex working hours, but you need to contract to that. So if I contract to 9 to 6 as my hours, I must then commit to that. And everyone must be clear that Peter works a 9 to 6 day, not an 8 to 5 day, or not a 7 to 4 day, as an example. You must have the in place in terms of IT, and health and mental well-being is critical. And I think many of us have seen that for employees, and not to generalize, who, for example, live alone, being isolated is not good. For myself, I work in a consulting environment. I really enjoy that people are together at least one day a week, so we can innovate and really build team spirit. But these challenges can be addressed through a number of measures, which again are listed on the side. Key amongst them, I think, is training. And just to my final slide, if we look at the foundational enablers, I do believe, and the firm does believe, that having a policy and governance around flexible work is important. Building that culture and trust is important. Making sure leaders are trained, because different generations have different preferences as well. There are generations that prefer to see you at the office, and only then are you truly working. And so we need to make sure that everyone is trained in terms of this new way of working. And constant communication around this change is going to be critical, because how do you communicate in an effective, in a productive, but also in an efficient way? I hear the word productive being thrown around quite a lot, but I often think, yes, we can be productive, but are we efficient? And so I think having tools with which to communicate with each other is quite an important way of making sure that we achieve not just efficiency, not just productivity, but also efficiency. Our view is that if you have empathy, and we all work together in teams and as companies, we really will be able to change the work culture within each of our firms to be a leading firm, an employer of choice, and we really will be able to get higher employee engagement scores. So I think I will leave it there, Gillian, and I'll hand back to you. I hope that's been useful. I think that maybe my closing thought is we've covered a lot of the risk and the business resilience elements, but really we need to be thinking hard as risk managers about our policies governance around working from home going forward. Thanks, Jill.
Thanks so much, Peter. I think without it, I love the slide with the empathy. I think it's been as a leader as well, it's been such an interesting year in terms of trying to balance between that being hard and trying to find empathy and knowing we're making hard business decisions. So I think, folks that are in senior positions this year, I think that's been one of the hardest things, is trying to find that, you want to be empathetic, but then at the same time, you can't be too empathetic, because then, you've got some folk that are pretty chilled, like they've been loved, so I think you and I have had this discussion where it hasn't always been that easy,
No.
So, and I think, Peter, to your point, just yesterday, I wanted to go to the office and work from there. And I realized that for the half an hour driving there and the half an hour driving back, it was an hour. And I had some really important reports to write that was going to steal into that time. And so I decided at the last moment, you know what, I'm not going to dive in, because I need to get these reports done. And if I don't do it, because my meetings are back to back for the whole day, I'm going to have to do it at 8 o'clock at night. So let me get it done. And so so I think it's given that sort of opportunity to work really cleverly. But I don't know your thoughts, and maybe just to start, Peter, and I don't know if I hope that our other speakers are still here. Thabo, Sayoni, I hope you're around, because I know we're going to have questions. But Peter, just your thoughts on very junior staff. Coming in straight from varsity, haven't been groomed in the workplace, don't really understand the culture of work in an organization. That's where the risk lies. And we and so your slightly older generation, or your more mature generation in an organization, and I'm talking like 5 years risk experience, like that's really mature, but they can so that's where I'm struggling right now, and I'm sure you all are as well, is that finding that balance between allowing the folk that work well at home, we working well at home, but bringing in the new guys that don't have that experience and trying to train us. So it's not just a mind shift for me to think about how do I train someone now working remotely, because it can be done, but it's also how do they learn the culture and so on. I don't know if you or what you guys are doing around that, because it's such a tricky one, and then you are going to have to put in the more experienced work guys so that they can learn the how it works, but that's where we're going to have to find our way. I'm not sure what you're thinking.
Sure. It's a major challenge, Jill, and also with some of our clients and some of my friends, where we are seeing that grads or first years are really struggling to understand the culture, to understand a sense of urgency, I think is critical as well, and that they're not getting as much exposure as someone who had joined and sat in office for a few months. And there are a few things. So what I'm seeing with some of our clients is that they are making some days a week mandatory. Right, so at least you have mandatory contact time a day. Obviously, if you're high risk, you have the opportunity to opt in, but to sort of encourage everyone to come in 1 or 2 days a week helps with that. We are also having to do more training for grads, and formal training where we actually put together how do you do a strategic risk register, right? And actually record yourself. And this is the benefit of Zoom, where you can actually record yourself and then save that on a drive, and we can share that, because our graduate training, as an example, it's rotational. So every 3 months we have new grads come to my team. And so someone needs to actually train every 3 months, but actually now with Zoom, we can record it, right? That's been helpful. But a lot more phone calls. I was on an amazing talk with the Institute of Insurance, I think, where we said we actually, as leaders or more senior people, need to call and check in with our grads every day. Right, every day. Someone needs to be tasked with that responsibility, and sometimes it's a half an hour, to actually understand how you're doing. So we need to make time. And for some of my more junior staff, I have permanent sessions in my diary every second week, so I can have a proper catch up. So to actually, because we might, if we're not working on a project together, we might never talk, right? So,
no,
so
for
you
sure.
actually need to put in place formal.
So even with that, I've just found as well that, with technology over the last few years, I don't know if you've noticed that people don't even like to phone that much anymore. So people prefer to WhatsApp and to email. And then, you see those memes where people they look at their phone and someone's ringing. Oh my God, why is it so important that you have to phone me? And I think the big thing with our team at the moment is you need to phone. You need to pick up the phone and phone, because we're not seeing them, and you need to hear the voice, and they need to hear your personality and the charisma. And that's the only way we're going to build relationships, because it's either in person, WhatsApp, or email. So every day we're saying to our teams, and no matter what the generation is, this has been just pervasive across the whole age gap thing, is please just phone, and I think
Just
the
phone.
team that are putting into there are probably smiling because every meeting we're like, but did you phone? But did you phone? And so I think it's also that new behavior. So I think going to, to Sauna's point in terms of the new normal means that we need to find better ways to communicate and so on.
Absolutely. And phoning is critical. Agreed. Because it saves 20 emails and misunderstanding and missed deadlines. Just phone. And sometimes a 2-minute phone call resolves 20 emails is what I found. Yeah.
And I think that's just, the risk of losing that connection with your staff, your stakeholders, etc. I think that needs to be a major drive in all organizations at the moment, is to ensure that that communication is stronger than ever, because we're losing that personal feel, definitely, without a doubt. Thank you so much, Peter. That was just so interesting, as usual. I'm going to open questions to the audience. We've got 13 minutes left in this session. Sorry, I mean, we've really had great chats this morning. Michael Duncan, I see you've got a question. I'll leave that for the very last moment. That's a question to me. Are there any questions for Thabo, for Tony, or for Peter this morning? You're welcome to just put your video on and I'll probably see you, and then we can go for it. Are there any questions there? I don't see anything coming up. I must say, to the speakers this morning, we've got 63 people in the room today, which is really, really fantastic. And I think that's really great. Maybe just a question from me to Saone at the Bank Gaborone. Just at the moment, in terms of culture with your teams and staff, I'm sure but with both, maybe for both you and Thabo, in bringing people back. I mean, obviously, I think that's been quite a challenge with banks. Is that again having to bring people in because of customer service? Your risks in terms of operational risk. We've got to have a look at. You need people in the bank to be able to help with customers and so on. How are you managing that at the moment? I'm not sure, Thabo, Tsana, if either of you want to just manage that question.
Okay, thank you, Gillian. I'll give it a go, and then Thabo can come in as well. In terms of our customer-facing staff, there is a requirement, or we have needed to make sure that they come in. You will, of course, put in place your COVID-19 protocols. This is you making sure they wear masks all the time. They've got sanitizers at their desks. You've got a physical glass panel between them and the customer. You've got social distancing ongoing. However, our experience has been that alone is not enough. While you've got all of that, you've got a situation where your employees are getting COVID from whether it's the office or from elsewhere, and eventually you sometimes need to close a whole branch. So we've come up with response teams that are able to take up a branch within a day. Basically, you are able to bring in tellers from another branch to take over, salespeople from another branch to take over, while those that have tested positive go on a 10 to 14 day period where they cannot come into the office. So that's basically how we are responding to it from a Bank Gaborone perspective. Thank you, Gillian.
Thanks, Anna. I've actually got a couple of questions, so I'll leave that there because I think you've answered it well, and I'm sure with Thabo as well that they've got it well covered. A question here earlier on, and I think it might be for you, Tsane, is from Antonella de Cunha. She said, in my risk job, I oversee receiver credit limits, and never before have I had so many temporary limits and so many limit rejections. We had to work closer with sales customers, and credit fatigue is setting in and causing huge frustration. How can risk management change its policing function and transform into a proactive risk partner to the benefit of growth? So I think any of the speakers could maybe speak to that. So I'm not sure, Tsano, Thabo, or even Peter, but maybe I know this was during Tsano's when we were talking about I think you were talking about the credit fatigue and so on, but I'm not sure if one of the speakers would like to take that question. So it's about how can risk management change its policing function and transform into proactive risk partner to the benefit of growth. Sana, I see you ready there.
All right. Yes, thank you, Gillian. And it's a good question, a difficult question as well. I think for us, it's been about being proactive. Thabo, as well as Peter earlier on, talked about stress testing, where we are now trying to involve people in sales as well as relationship managers and heads of business units in the stress testing, so that we are better able to identify the problem customers ahead of time. We have come to the realization that deferring and holding back and waiting for a customer to come to you is not going to help you. The last thing you want is for you to today say you've got a fully functional business that's adequately capitalized, only for you to come into problems with your capital and other issues within a month's time. So that's, I think our solution has just been trying to stay close to those in business and those who know the customers better. Thank you, Gillian. That's my attempt at speaking to that question there.
Gillian, you're on mute. Quote of 2020.
You know, it's my thing, guys. I haven't got that one right for all of you there. I still mute the whole way through 2020. Thabo, I saw your mic was off. Would you like to comment on that one?
Yes, I think, thank you, Gillian. Just to make, in addition to what Sana said, I think what we've seen in other organizations is the risk functions have also become, very closer to the business. They sort of coexist with business now. They sit in the same area. They get to know of everything around the clients, even before a client comes through. They sit in meetings with the guys at business to get to understand. They even do client visits with the guy at business. This makes it easier because you then are able to provide solutions to the clients. You can proactively, just looking at maybe the trends or what you are picking around that client, you can proactively be able to offer some sort of solutions even before they come to you for any sort of assistance. You would know what the client needs even before they bring anything to the table. So that has helped as well. For the risk function to be a little bit closer to the business and as such closer to the clients as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thabo. Thank you. And Tinela, I hope that really helps you with, a little bit of guidance in terms of your own space there. A great comment here from Fatizwe Bam. And maybe Thabo, I can just keep this with you for now. His question is, so IT infrastructure is very key for us to be fully operational right now. I mean, we all know that at the moment is that, with this digital world, I mean, without the IT infrastructure, we're really doomed. He says, I think the COVID-19 forced us to see this, true. But the question is, does the leadership see it that way? And how do we make sure that leadership understands how important IT infrastructure is? I think that, obviously, all of our speakers today have spoken and alluded to leadership. Thabo, if I could please just ask you to comment there, like, how do you change that mind of leadership to understand how important IT infrastructure, and obviously, Fatizwe must be having some challenges within their organization. Thabo, if I can ask you to comment on that one.
Thanks, Gillian. I think there is a lot of reliance on technology for a lot of businesses, and as such, it helps to have better technology initiatives, and even just to have the general infrastructure to be superior. So there is a lot to lose, and as I indicated in my presentation, we believe that there is going to be a greater investment in technology. And this is for business or for corporates to be able to continue business and to be able to do more than what they had been doing, because COVID has brought with it a lot of issues that would require upgrade of infrastructure for you to be able to have your storage facilities for data, for you to be able to facilitate working from home and other technological advancements that would make you be able to respond better to disruptions like COVID. So I would say it would help if my colleague there would just try and show this to their leadership and indicate to them that there is a lot of reliance on technology for you to be able to digitize, for you to automate and do all sorts of things. You need superior quality IT infrastructure for you to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Thabo. And I think so. What I've also personally seen is that you've got people working from home, and you really are relying on the service providers and so on, the technology of the country. And I know, so for example, during lockdown, we thought everyone's great, we've all connected and so on. And in various areas, it really wasn't the case. And I'm sure you've probably got very similar experiences in Botswana for this. And so it's also about, how do we, if we're part of a corporate, how do we support the infrastructure of the country to also sort of really up their game? Because the more we rely on it, and even from an education point of view, I mean, with kids, having to do homeschooling and so on, I think it was a bit of an aha moment in terms of how important it really is. So I think lessons learned, but definitely without a doubt, the leadership really needs to understand how crucial it is. I know that from an IRMSA point of view, we're trying to cut costs in operating costs for the following financial year, like we all organizations. But the one spend is definitely that IT infrastructure. It's something that's you can't decrease it. It's going to continue to increase, and you need to get it right, or else it's all going to fall as a big disaster. Thank you so much, Thabo. Peter, one question for you, also from Fatizwa. So Fatizwa, I feel like we need to have coffee. I think Fatizwa's question here, Peter, was from a generation gap point of view, has had an impact on work flexibility. How does one convince leadership, that this is not, that they are not seeing the benefits? I mean, we've spoken about it quite a bit now. But how do we try and convince leadership to understand that this needs to happen? So you spoke about, we're generations where I need to see you in the office, and I need to see you in the office every single day to determine that I know that you're working hard. Never mind, you could be sitting on social media, really updating your profile all day. So how do we change? So it's not just that change management within an organization. It's also that impact on senior leadership to understand. How would we try and do that? And again, now we're relying on the risk professionals with that charisma and their communication skill, and this is where we have to really, because what would you recommend to Fatizwa here?
I'm going to say something cheeky, Fatizwa. Put it on the risk register, right? Actually put work from home on the risk register. Often I see that there's a retention. Often we have a retention risk on the risk register, and it's often unable to attract. I can almost read it to you from every risk register I've ever seen. Unable to attract and retain, top talent. And work from home and a flexible work policy will actually help you do that. So that would be the first thing, because it now raises the attention, right? But I've not seen work from home as a sub-bullet point for that risk. Secondly, it's also an opportunity, right? I mean, this is the language we speak. So yes, it's a risk, but it's also an opportunity. And maybe this is one of the easiest dials we can turn, right? Because there are cost benefits to doing it. So I would say put it on the risk register, frame it as an opportunity. There are financial rewards and benefits. And again, I will share the slides with everyone, with Roxanne and Gillian and team. And then training is key, but also share thought leadership. I think maybe let's take it upon ourselves to share thought leadership with the senior HR person who sits on Exco, or with the board. But put it on the risk register is almost, I think, the easiest thing to say. And then if that doesn't work, Marsha McLennan, IRMSA, we actually have structured programs to help you, do that in a change management kind of way. So enlist the help of professionals, but put it on the risk register. That's my short answer, Gillian. I think it needs to be there. Yeah, and it needs to be an opportunity as well.
Yeah, and I do think that we need to be creative in terms of how we're trying to get information across at the moment, Fatih. So I think, just the normal way that you would communicate with leadership and so on, I think we really need to think creatively in terms of getting that message across. And what that is, I think it obviously, your landscape would determine that. But I think having conversations, and it gets back to my point of earlier, is that so now we're having the conversations. We've had Thabo, Tony, we've had Peter, just giving us ideas and lessons learned and benchmarking. And that is why sessions like this are so important, because it shows the value of networking in terms of, well, how did you do it? And I know that's how I live my life, is that I'm always like, how did you do that? What did you do? So when I implement an idea, this sounds really terrible, but it's probably not my idea. It's probably made up of 8 other ideas that I found my own niche in the middle and put everything together. And that is how, from a leadership point of view, I think I've always just run, and in any role that I've ever had, is that I really do benchmarking. So, I mean, Peter, I'm sure you know as well with my team, is that everything that we do at IRMSA, I'll be, so did you benchmark? I think that's my one thing is, Gillian, you're on mute. And the other thing is, did you benchmark? Because the more we benchmark, the more we know what's worked, hasn't worked. How did you do it? So I think that is the best way to go forward. So I think, thank you so much, Peter and Thabo and so on. I think we're coming to the end, and it's just been so fantastic. And as I said, I really miss these discussions and so on. And I do look forward to the time that we are able to be in a room all together. Particularly, it would be lovely to be able to do this in Gaborone in not so short, far in the future. But one thing, and this is to get to Michael Duncan's question, who's been on our Africa committee, is we're speaking about creating this committee in Botswana to really just to help understand the landscape and the members there, and to help the members that are in South Africa doing business there. And so what I'm going to extend an invitation to all of you that are based in Botswana at the moment. If you would like to participate in a committee, my team are going to reach out to the delegates that attended today. And Thabo and Sonia, I'm telling you, you're going to be getting a phone call as well, because we would love to include you in your roles as, in your risk space, to be part of this network in Botswana. And so we're going to reach out to each of you to create a small working group committee, and to get the ball rolling there, so that we can really do some very strategic work for Botswana next year to really help increase the value for our members that are based there. So if the guys that are based in Botswana, we know who you are, you will be hearing from our team, and it'll be so stunning to be able to just get something going, that you can have something right on your doorstep as well. So with that, then, I'd like to thank all of you for today. Tony, Thabo, Peter, just thank you so much for that value add. It's been amazing. To all the people that attended, not just in Botswana, but from all over South Africa and Portugal and Zimbabwe. We've got someone from Ghana. Just thank you for joining us today. And I'm just going to say again, just looking at the stats, please keep safe with COVID-19. I think we're all just responsible for looking after ourselves, and obviously for our teams, and making sure that we're just sticking to the agenda of trying to keep the numbers down. So I would just, going into December, if I don't see you until next year, just have a blessed December and festive season, and just be safe going into 2021. And I wish you well, and thank you so much to the IRMSA team for today as well. It's been such a great session. So thank you to all of you, and goodbye.